mythical invasion of monsters. I really like that part.
All right, everybody. What is good? TGIF in the house, people. It is Friday. We getting the weekend started off the right way here on the Vatsim network here in Denver for our leg number 2 of our world tour. Even though there's an F&O going tonight, we're not flying the F&O. We are actually going to be flying our second leg of our world tour, which we arrived here at Denver. So now, because this is a continuous trip, we're going to always be starting from the last airport that we arrived to, which makes perfect sense. We are here, like I said, Denver International. We got Greenlight on board today, and I believe he's at the A gates. He always flies with 1877. So before we get anything jumping off, let's give him a big up and let's take a look and see where he's right here. So he's United Airlines 1877, and it looks like that is a Boeing 767 that he's rolling today. So bada bing, bada boom. Let me check you guys out in the chat here quick, and we are good to go. You can see it's quite busy here, so we do have ATC. So without further ado, before we start doing anything, let's go ahead and jump on board and get things crack-a-lacking, since we don't have any power here. So with that being said, guys, I'll keep the music on for a little bit just for entertainment purposes, but to make sure you hear me good so we can go ahead and get this aircraft up and initialized. Let's first of all come here. Mall Gaming 101 says, what is up, Dre? Mall Gaming 101, what's good with you? Thanks for checking in. TGIF to you. I hope everything is going well. We're hitting this ground power now on our electronic flight bag, of course, which has some simulator functions as well. And we're going to go ahead and get everything up and running. All right, we're arming everything here. We're going to keep our nose smoking to there, and we won't turn on our fasten seat belts just yet. We'll get our IRSs going, and so far so good there. Let's just check up top here and make sure we don't have any other switches we need to worry about here. The APU test. All right, this will be our fire test. And that's just showing that the squib would discharge and extinguish the fire. All right. So, bada bing, bada boom. Now, of course, guys, we have to come all the way down here. And little stuttery there. And now you guys know what we got to do. We got to do our initialization page here. So we're doing KDIN all the way over to Boston Logan today, folks. Hope everybody's well. Looking to have a great time on this flight. KDIN, KBOS, that is confirmed. Now let's do the IRS initialization. And we want to align on the reference point. Firm alignment, and there we go. The IRS is now aligning, and now let's get our flight number in there, and then we'll start doing our weights and things of that, talking about the actual flight itself. Along with fuel cost index today is 75. We'll be cruising at a robust flight level 370. And now, before we do anything else, let's go ahead and make sure those radios are turned on. Boom, boom, boom. So we'll talk to Denver. I can't really talk to Greenlight how I want to talk to him. Let's make sure the microphone is on. And I'm going to send him a message here in a second before we continue to get everything ready here on the Vatsim network. All right. So you can see I'm just doing my pre-flight now. We'll message you when I'm close to pushback, and that's to United Airlines 1877. So he should have gotten that message, which I know he's pretty in tune with that. All right, guys, let's continue. Well, first of all, let's check something out here. The align time, we've only got 4 minutes, so we are good to go there, guys. So now we can keep doing our pre-flight. Let's come over here now, and now we need to talk about fuel. But let me do my packs first and make sure that I can pretty much mimic what is on my flight plan here. It's calling for a total block fuel of 13,205 kilograms. So I may up that by 1,000 kilograms. I didn't add any extra fuel in the flight plan, so the packs is what I'm concerned with. We're doing 168 on packs. You just find that on the flight plan. I'm going to show you guys, but you guys have seen it enough. So in order to make all of this happen, you have to first at least call for the door and the stairs to be over there. Then it will let you. So normally what I do is I hit full, and total packs here is 136, and on my sim brief I actually have more than that, packs of 168. So let's dial this down to 123, and I'm gonna also adjust my sim brief to reflect that. Now let's go there. Let's bada bing bada boom. I'm satisfied with 123, so we'll set that number of packs in there. And now let's go to the cargo, and our ultimate goal is to just call both of them. Let's do about, let's see what 10.2 does for us. So we'll do 10.2. That's pretty full there. Let's set that. Now let's look at the perf data really quick. And everything is still in limits. We're not getting any problem there. So let's go back to service now. And we can pretty much stick to what our fuel is. Let's go ahead and call the fuel truck, of course. And check you guys out in the stream. Greenlight says, Mall Gaming 101, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you aboard. Yes, Mall Gaming and Greenlight, who's also a moderator and a fellow pilot here. Definitely support the channel, Greenlight. Thank you for everything that you're doing for the channel, for each stream that we're doing. So I appreciate you on that, brother. All right, guys. I always got to give them the props and give props where props are due. All right, 13,435 is the prescribed fuel without any extra fuel. So let's go and add. I'm gonna go right up to 1,400 pounds or kilograms. 1433. Let's set that. Let's also go back now and look at our perf data. You see it moved a little bit, but we're still good to go. Trim positions down 1.0. Center of gravity. We have all this information in here. The fuel is right here, 1433, cargo 10.25, gross weight 75,860. So I do like it, guys. So the aircraft now should actually either immediately have that fuel or be filling up, since we asked it to get it. All right, so there's the fuel, 14,020, which is close enough for me, since we needed about 1433. It's a little stuttery here. It's probably because of the airport scenery, so just bear in mind there with that. Let's see, refueled, IRS in alignment, so still not quite done. Let's go back up top really quick and just make sure. Okay, we still got them all on, so we're doing good there. We can basically get the aircraft all situated. Let's look and see what the ATIS is here, guys. Denver ATIS is 25.6. So let's come down here. Captain Geo, yo, what is going on, Captain Geo? Great stream earlier. Love everything you're doing on the channel, Geo. So thanks for the support. Big ups. I was watching some of Geo's stream earlier today. All right, guys, 25.6 is what we're looking for. Captain Geo, if you need 1433 on fuel, you might go 14.5. Always 200 pounds extra. Thanks, Geo. I'm going to go ahead and do that. That's what I'm talking about. None but love on the channel. We said it was 25.6. And let's see if we can tune in. Let's see. Okay, that's what it is. We got to turn it up. Oh, it is turned up. And let me make sure that our settings for our receiving, so everything is set up. Make sure those volumes are turned up, guys. You know how it is on Vatsim lately. The stuff hasn't really been working. It's hit or miss. All right, so we'll turn that off, and we'll just know. Let's see, Denver ground is yep, pilot love when you give them those extra. LL, you ask me how I know. LOL. For sure, Geo. Let me do that now. On the fuel. All right, 14.5. Let's set that, guys. Let's make sure our perf data is updating. 14.5. There we go, Geo. We set it up, my friend. Appreciate that. Of course. Now, let's go back, guys, and deal with these radios. All right, so bada bing, bada boom. On this side, Denver ground is 2185. All right, 12185. Let's get a little radio check. Radio check. Any station is net.
Aircraft calling Denver ground 5x5.
Thank you, Mike. All right, so it is working. It's not working for the ATIS, guys. Nothing we can do about that, man. And let me check you guys in the chat before we keep going. All right, everything is looking good here. So we've got that all squared away. Let me check the weather in Denver just to get a little idea of what this crack-a-lacking. All right, weather is basically out of the south. It's at 110 southeast, so based off of our location on the runway, I'm thinking we'll maybe depart 17 right, is what I'm thinking. Let me make sure there's no clearance on before I call for clearance. The Denver ground, approach, and center are on, so let's just go ahead and call for this clearance. Let's get this music off now. Alright, music is off, and you guys let me know how the ATC sounds when they come in. I want to make sure everybody can hear them good. Alright, folks. So we got the MEs8 Zirkle. Okay, here we go. Before we do that, this is the flight factor. Let me make sure everything is where it needs to be. Okay, and it is.
Turn on Golf after Zulu, but continue straight on Zulu. Right turn on Lima. And then
okay, so you guys see that? So we are going to fix this. If you can see now, the controls are not going all the way back. So let us come down to the
United 099er heavy, no problem.
let's come down here. I believe MCD doo-doo-doo.
Delta 1739
Okay.
heavy, contact approach 120.35, have a good flight.
Over approach, have a good one, Delta 1739.
All right, so trying to figure out function. Trying to figure out. I would think that it would be here for the settings. Ready. I just need to fix my throttles is basically what I need to do. It gave me 8. Greenlight says, okay, cool. Thank you, Greenlight. Let's check over here to see if we can get anything in the settings over here. The panels, quality, rain, IRS, server, tooltips, interaction. So don't worry, guys, there's always a way to fix this, and I'm going to show you guys how. So basically, the problem is right now, I'm checking my flight controls, and it goes to climb, it goes to the rest just fine, but if you look here, it's not coming back far enough here, so we need to definitely make it come back far enough. So here's a way we can do that, guys. Let's see here. I think Greenlight just texted me something. Number ground. Are you United 18? Are you waiting? Oh, they're talking to Greenlight, but that's not the case. So here's how we fix this really quick, guys. We're gonna come in here, and we're gonna go to our throttles right here, and we're gonna be editing that response curve. So essentially, here it is, but it's staying too far forward, so we probably, and we need it to basically adjust the idle. Let's see, that's at 26.
Denver ground, this is United at 1877 Heavy.
And this is at about 33.
No, we're not waiting on you. We're just having a few issues with our FMC, so as soon as we're ready, we'll be pushing back here shortly.
Let's try 0.30.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So this side is for this one. We need it to come back a little bit. So right here, it's at about 26. Okay, so this is the one we actually need to fix. 26, we need to bring it back maybe to 24. 0.24. Enter. Now let's see where that's at. Let's see. Current 24, 34. 24, 34. So we need probably about 23 here. Still doesn't look like it's coming back far enough. Let's go to the other one and see what's going on here. Alright, so this one is idle is there, but we need idle to maybe be, like I said, let's try 20, oops, 0.23, enter, apply. Now let's go back into our Airbus situation. Alright, it's getting closer, but it's still not quite there, so we're going to get it, guys. So let's go back up here and keep our adjustments going. So now that we know, let's see, we need idle, so we're going to bring that back to about, let's try let's try 0.20. Enter. Let's apply that. Let's come over here, same thing. 0.20. Apply that. Let's see, I don't know why 0.20 didn't stick. 0. Apply that. Bada bing, bada boom. Still not where it needs to be, guys. I can't have it always powered up. I need it to actually come back. Because right now I'm putting it into the reverse, and the reverse is going there. So, reverse is only there. So the reverse we need to fix, man. Let's see. Alright, it's always something, man. It's always something. Alright, so reverse. Okay, that's the problem. Reverse needs to... Okay, reverse is at 13, which is fine. 8. For reverse is 0, which is fine. But reverse where it's sitting here shouldn't be right where it's at there. We should be... Let's see. Let's check idle out. Alright, there we go. Let's see. So I wonder if the reverse is saying 0.13 and 8. So here's the 8. Where's the 13 though? Let's try moving that 13. Sorry guys about this. We're gonna get it figured out.
Citation 1 Alpha Mike, thanks for golf. Runway 17 left, taxi via Mike.
I actually don't think that's a good thing. Let's try to get that maybe 0.20. There we go. Let's apply that. Let's see. This one's at 0.20. This one is at 0.20. Dave McKee's in the house. Welcome aboard, Dave. Thanks for joining the stream as always. And still nothing. There's gotta be...
Good evening, Denver ground, Westwind 2683, ready to copy the IFR.
Because what that's basically going to mean is...
And we have information.
We can do it, but it's not going to be fun because it's still not going to be in the right area. I'm still surprised that there is no menu here. Let's see. I'm going to Google something really quick here. Flight factor A320 Thrustmaster ERA.
Departure is on one. I didn't get the departure frequency.
Departure frequency 120.35.
Alright. Let's see if I can just find something in forums here.
120.35 and squawk 1006.
West wind 2683, squawk 1406. Read that correct.
Correction 1406, 2683.
West wind 2683, push starting your discretion advisory to taxi.
Let me see something here because I do have I think I have a flight factor profile, which I use. Let me try something here and see if this fixes it up. Still nothing. So alright, so it's not going to work perfectly. I'll have to literally have this thing all the way back in idle. I have to remember when we touch down, I'll have to do reverser, so that I'll have to figure this out later, guys. So sorry about the delay here. Information Papa is current, and we're doing runway 8. So let's go ahead and call for clearance. Denver ground. JetBlue 318, looking for IFR to Boston.
JetBlue 318 Denver ground, good evening. Clear to the Boston International Airport, EME's 8 departure. Then as filed, climb via SID. Departure frequency 120.35, squawk 1411.
Okay, cleared to Boston as filed. EME's 8 transition. Climb via SID. Departure is 120.35, squawking 1411, and we do have information on board.
JetBlue 318, read that correct. Let me get back to you on that information.
Okay, thank you. Alright, so he said let me get back, which is not the problem. And they gave him runway 8, so that's what I'm going to expect. So, yeah, and it makes sense. The weather is 110, so 3001 on the altimeter. And let's go ahead and start looking at the SID. So let's toggle the tablet. Airports, bada bing, bada boom. We want KDIN. And next. Alright, guys. Let's see if that meter is. Yep. 29, 23, 53 Zulu. So it looks like this meter is actually updated for once. And let's look for our departure. We are departing on the. I'll know it when I see it. EME's 8 is what it is. Alright, EME's 8. And let's read the narrative here. Okay, EME's 8. We're going to climb on the heading of 083. I'm not going to read it out loud, bore you guys with it, but just letting you know we're taking a look at it. And let's look at our top altitude for this departure is flight level 230. So there's actually one more thing I need to do.
West wind, runway 8, taxi via Mike, and 8 information golf is current. Wind 110.6, altimeter 3001.
Okay, so we're going to add one. 12. And I'm just going to add it so that we can access the. So that we can access that. And we'll save that. And let's test it out now. Okay, perfect. And there's one more thing I actually need to map on here, which is. Okay, going to do nothing. We need. Let's just type in up. See, hat switch up, apply, and the other one we need hat switch down. Let's do this. Hat switch down, and there's a reason why we do this. All right, so now
Citation 1 Alpha, my contact
we can
approach
adjust the view.
0.35, have a good flight.
So let us go back to our situation here. And now that we know, oops, actually, you know what we need to do, guys? We needed to come up here and get this into the actual, let's see, I'm trying to get this thing where it can switch. Let's see, come on, man. This thing, usually there's something else you can do, or else, unless this one, you just, I don't think you can switch it from thousands. There might be a way, but if not, it's no big deal. It goes fast enough. We're on flight level 230. All right, there we go. Now we can come down here and... Sorry, guys. My finger can get it. Let me check you guys out in the chat. Let's see. Calibrate the thing since you changed profiles. Menu for what? Calibrate that thing since you changed profiles. Yeah, Dave, I tried to calibrate it even there. I think there's something else I got to do. So I'm just going to fly it a little bit differently, and I can still get to my reversers. So I'll figure out what's going on there. We're going to assume that we're doing runway 8. And it's the Emmys 5. Let me make sure that's what it is. I don't even think that's the right one, so this may not be updated appropriately. Yeah, it's actually the Emmys 8. So we're a little outdated on our stuff here, which is not good. Emmys 8. We still get Zirkle, so that's a good thing. Then we're going to go PWE. Which I literally just updated this yesterday, and it did update other words, but it didn't update here, so that's peculiar. Let's see, Jot. Okay, after Jot, we're going to do SVM. This is another VOR. After SVM, we're going to do DKK. After DKK, we're going to do, we can actually...
Ground, this is United 1877 Heavy.
Go right in.
United 1877 Heavy, Denver ground.
Okay, we'll be ready to push back in 5 minutes, and 5 minutes I'll be pushing back, sir.
All right, and that's Greenlight. And getting into Boston, it looks like we are going to... Getting into Boston, it looks like we need to look at the weather first of all and figure out where the winds are going in Boston, man. It's always something, and that's the problem when you don't fly the same aircraft all the time and you get in. I haven't flown the flight factor for a while. Matter of fact, this may be the first time. So Boston is modified VFR, and the winds are out of the east. So, more than likely, so the winds are out of the east in Boston, so more than likely we'll probably be looking at maybe runway 4 right. Yeah, I'm thinking 4 right because the winds are out of the east at 70 degrees. And then you have 4 right, which is right here, so I'm going to plan on the ILS 4 right. And we'll see where we can take that from. So we'll plan ILS 4 right. And it's the J Fund arrival, I'm pretty sure. Let me go back to my sim brief here. Yep, which is a J Fund 2, but we're outdated for some reason, which I'm not going to go back and even worry about that right now. And now we can clear this discontinuity. So DKK to punt. Boom, there you go, guys. And if we need to make any changes, we will. Now, don't forget, we got to go back to our initial ref, go to our second page here, and Okay, this one we got to get the 0 fuel weight and the let me see if it lets us request. There we go. So that's on. Weight boarding. Alright, not allowed. So everything is on there. So 61.8 and 35.7. Let's see here. Weight boarding. Alright. So that's good. 61.8 and 35.7. Let's see here. Let's see, center of gravity is 32.6. So I guess, yeah, see, center zeros. Let's make sure that is correct. 0 fuel weight, 61.8. 0 fuel weight, center of gravity, block 14.5. So that's correct. So I'm just trying to see why that's off. All right. So either way, this is what we're going to roll with, guys. Let's go to our perf. Now we are going to be definitely doing flaps 2. And let's see if our flex temp just comes in. Format error. Let's get rid of that, actually. Okay, let me see if I can find out what our flex temp is over here. Trim position is down 0.9, so we'll get that in there. And the DOI, I don't see where you get the flex temperature information from here at all. That's okay though, so we're not doing a flex takeoff anyway. So let's do down 0.9. Yeah, so I don't know what the flex temperature is. And I don't want to just put something in there. Alright, so I don't quite remember, and this is getting annoying now. I don't even know what my V speeds are at. Let's see, 164, runway 8. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see, man. Can't you just import the SimBrief flight plan thing? You can do that even in the FBW mod. I'm going to take off so I don't lose my slot time. Calibrate the thing. Okay, so we're just having some struggles here. Passengers, cargo. So I'm like, where do you get the doggone the V speeds in this thing? So I'm gonna have to Google that. You would think that they would come in here so we could reference them. Alright, so not a problem. Again, this is just because I haven't flown this. They all have something a little bit different. I'd help if I could type. Alright, so it says that I should be able to populate here. Okay, that's what it is. And the V1 is just going to be 138, which it usually is. which I don't know why they did that. I mean, we don't have an really what you're supposed to have is an Airbus put in stuff and have a calculator, but I don't know why they don't do so. You just push in these two and then you got a key in this one. So that part is done, guys, and yeah, this is Greenlight's going to be getting out of here. So now we can go ahead and turn our APU on. While the APU is charging up, let's take a look and see where we're at on the field here. I'm just going to do it in my Navigraph here because I feel like we wasted so much time. The issues that we're having, which part of it is my fault. I should have just stuck with a TOLUS or something, but this is the real aircraft that is flown. So runway 8, so we should push back nose to the left. I knew that was going to happen.
All right, Captain. Got the
Westway
directions.
2683,
Let me know if you
contact
when you're
approach
ready.
on 120.35, have a flight.
Alright, APU's up and available.
120.135, thanks for your help, sir.
Let's go ahead and get the bleeds on. Let's go ahead and get our beacon on now. And now we can come over here and get rid of...
77 Heavy, we're ready to taxi with new information from Papa.
United 1877 Heavy, runway 8.
Now let's go ahead and get our fuel pumps on.
Information Golf is current, wind 1106, altimeter 3001.
3001 on the altimeter, golf is current.
Mike to
3001, that's still the same thing.
Runway 8, taxi via Mike.
taxi via Mike, altimeter 3001. United 1877 Heavy. Thank you for your patience, Andrew.
Alright, and that's Greenlight that you guys hear. So let's go ahead and now, let's just double check, make sure we don't have any other oddballs off up here, and we don't. We know that golf is current. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go ahead and start that pushback, guys.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
So, of course, now what we need to do is get the doors closed. So we got to go to fuel. We got to remove the truck. We got to go to our packs. We got to remove that. And we got to go to cargo and remove that. And then now, of course, we can come down and double check our doors page. All doors are buttoned up, guys, so we're doing good here. Also, what we want to double check is the flight plan page. While we're waiting to push back. Let me get it in a different view so it makes it easier for us.
All right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed. We're ready to connect.
And this is why I needed to make sure that I had those other buttons mapped so that we could see the route. Alright, stepping through it. Somewhat of a northeast route. And there's how we come in, which looks good. Of course, we have a discontinuity there as we should, so that's fine right there. So I am completely satisfied with that, guys, for once. All right.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Tow's connected. 5 past 10 inserted. Go and kill the parking brake and you're ready to go.
All right, guys. I'm about to kill that parking brake. Let me get these controls checked on, and let me check you guys out in the chat here. I know I've been remiss. All right, here we go, guys. Let's get our squawk in as well. Let's release that parking brake. Squawk is 1411.
Light them up.
2411. We can get it on. TARA. And approach is 2035. And there we guys go. Now, one thing we need to make sure, which we should have done, is seatbelts on. And we're going to be good for start here in any second.
United 1877 Heavy over to departure on 0.35. Have a good flight.
Over to departure 2035. Thank you, Andrew. Have a great evening, my friend.
You as well.
All right, so green light is up and at him, as you can see. He is out of there. So it looks like we won't be recording him. All right, in the meantime, guys, let's go ahead and get this bad boy started up. Let me see if I can get rid of these armrests. There we are. Let's make sure the cockpit door is locked. And let's hit our ignitions. Starting number 2. You know what we're missing? Let's turn that off. There might be that isolation valve that we forgot. Boom.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
All right, parking brake coming up. Parking brake is set.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
Okay, that's what it was, that isolation valve. You can see what it is here.
JetBlue 318, dimmer ground, approach, and centers all closing in 1 minute. Over to Unicom 122.8, have a good flight.
Okay, over to Unicom. Thanks for letting me know that for Delta 318. We'll see you next time. All right, so over to Unicom. Come on, man.
Denver ground, we're going to call up for clearance shortly. Just say you're all shut down. Over to Unicom.
Where's my... There we go.
Affirmative, dimmer
Let's go ahead
ground.
and get this one up, going up too.
We'll disconnect. Signal and
And,
easy one. Safe flight.
They're all done here. All right. Let us go back up over here and got our bleed shown, and we definitely have the first engine coming up. Let's go. It's just giving us a fault on this valve, which that message should disappear. All right. Air engine 2 HP valve fault. Let's clear that message off the ECAM and see if that stays around. Our generators are connected, so we can turn the bleed off now. Let's get the isolation valve to auto, and let's go ahead and turn that bad boy off. And let's really see what's going on. Okay, so we got rid of that fault, so now let's go into the takeoff configuration. Let's see, we need brakes to max. We need flaps 2. Flaps 2 has been selected. We need to check the cabin.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Denver traffic. United 1877 is taking runway 8 for departure to the east on the 281 departure.
Yes, sir.
Denver traffic.
We are waiting for your instruction. What is it that you want?
All right, cabin should be checked. I don't know how that gets rid of that. Spoilers, let's go ahead and arm those bad boys. Spoilers are armed, and we'll do our test. And what does this say here? Center tank feeding. Perfect. Now let's get this to auto or to norm. And let's do our flight controls check here. I thought Greenlight was out of here already, but I guess they were just switching him over to approach because of the tower was offline. Alright, full up. Full down. Aileron left. Neutral. Aileron right. Neutral. And let's do our rudder pedals, of course. Rudder right. Rudder left. Neutral. And then we'll do our toe brake here in a second. Alright guys, let's go ahead and take a look and see what our takeoff taxi is going to be. Okay. Denver. Let's go back here. We're going to go airport. We're going to go bada bing, bada bing. Which the ironic thing is I got this livery because it's bada bing, bada boom, bada bing is the actual livery here. Alright guys, so it's going to be a super simple taxi. We are going to taxi out probably Echo Charlie to Mike. Echo Charlie to Mike. Denver traffic, JetBlue 318 is pushed back from gate Alpha 35. We'll be taxiing runway 8 Echo Charlie Mike or Denver traffic. Alright guys, so we got all that situated. Again, sorry about the snafu with everything here, but wasn't expecting any of that. Everything looks good here. Let's go ahead and release the parking brake. Takeoff is normal. So that's good. And takeoff configuration is normal, guys. Let us do what we came to do. And that's go flying. So upon touchdown, we're gonna have to have this thing in the full reversers. We just have to remember that piece. Welcome aboard, guys, to JetBlue Flight 318 full non-stop service on over to Boston Logan.
5595, sir.
Thank you.
You know, I do like the way they did this aircraft in a way to make it sound, so it does sound good. It's a little stuttery here just because of the traffic. Slide my rudder pedals back slightly. There we go. My little friendly co-pilot probably moved them a little bit, which that's aka the cat. So the good thing is the throttle detents are all correct for climb, SRS Flex, and for Toga. Alright, we said Echo Charlie, but this is actually Alpha November. But here comes Mike. of a mess here. Getting stuff figured out. But the throttle situation isn't a deal breaker at all. Taxi speed is right at 30 knots, which is the speed limit for taxiing here on most U.S., well, all U.S. taxiways. Looks like we have a pretty simple departure here today, guys. Straight out, so hopefully everything goes well here. A little bit better. All right, this thing actually takes more labor to taxi this thing than I thought it would. Traffic. JetBlue 318 is now entering runway 8 for departure out to the east for Denver traffic. All right, guys, we should be configured. Got the clock started.
Denver traffic, there is a 6-3 section on a survey speed of Bravo November, Mike 10, and Lake. You are on the way, Denver traffic.
Alright, guys, here we go. Mantoga. Takeoff power is set. Airspeed is alive. We're already past 80 knots. To the mirror, these runway lines look a little skewed here. I'm gonna go B1, and rotate. Positive rate. Here's coming up. Denver traffic. JetBlue 318 has departed runway 8, climbing out to the east for Denver traffic. Alright, so we're just manually flying in here for a second. Here is up. Into the climb mode. it down a little bit. There we go. I guess it's a little out. Come on, stay in there. Don't give me any problems. All right, guys, we can go one stage flaps up. And we'll put on autopilot. All right. 230 is when those flaps can come up. And actually now we can go ahead and bring those flaps all the way up. We can get rid of our spoiler. And guys, we have a takeoff. Aircraft is continuing to climb, of course, and get speed. And we are finally on our way on over to... Now what we can do is I'm going to go up unrestricted. Flight level 370. So, little issues with our throttles, but nothing that we can't handle. And Dave McKee says, I really wish Vatsim allowed you to register your call sign, even if it costs like $20 a year or something. Gives them cash to upgrade the network, and you always know you got your call sign. I feel you. I feel you, Dave, on that one. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and run through the rest of our after takeoff checklist. Landing gear is up and clean. Auto brake is extinguished. The spoilers are disarmed. Landing light and seat belts are still on, and of course, flaps are selected and indicated up to 0. And now you can see it. Once we do that QNH, which means we didn't set our transition altitude, but that's a good flashing sign. The fact that we need to turn all of our lights back off. So lights are off. You can see a quite brown Denver area, of course. So let's go and look at perf, and that's where we should see our transition altitude. Let's see, bing, oh, not allowed. Actually, let's go on over to init, that should be fine. Where is the... I don't want to activate that. Where is the actual... There should be a place that we can change that transition altitude. But nonetheless, we'll be okay. Let's go ahead and take a look and see where we're at now. It'll just have to flash for a minute until we know we get to the appropriate altitude there. Guys, let's go ahead and do us a quick flyby. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm actually going to show you that that's actually the... If you look here, you're going to see, you guys know in my streams, I'm always saying bada bing, bada boom. Well, guess what? Look at this. Bada bing, bada blue. I always say bada bing, bada boom. So there you guys go. So we are flying the appropriate livery there, based off of our jargon. And we are still cruising along. Got the clock started. Flying time today is 3 hours and 28 minutes on this flight from Denver to Boston. Lucky for us, man, not looking too bad here at all. As far as ATC is concerned, we're looking good. There's Greenlight, of course, and there we are. So Greenlight is northeast of us right now, more north than east, if you will, but he still is more east of us. So there we are. I'm not quite sure what he filed as far as his route, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be similar. We're going to the same location. And it looks like if this stays up, by the time we get to... So we're flying a more of a northeastern route here. So if we look at him, so potentially if he goes east, we could potentially get Chicago Center, Cleveland Center is off. And of course you got New York Center and Boston Center here to go into, so we will keep a sharp eye out on that. The actual event that's going on is, look at all this clutter here, and they're basically flying from Jacksonville, Florida, all the way as far as the desert of Arizona, so they're going to be busy doing that for the next few hours. So in the meantime, we don't have any ATC, so we're good to go. So it can remain pretty calm here and quiet for the most part. All right, Zirkle is our next point there, as you can see. We did check the route, so the route was looking copacetic. And right now it's just got that center fuel tank still feeding fuel, which is okay. Hi buddy, I'll be with you in a second. I have one of my handsome little co-pilots in here. Another little mini-me. So off and at 'em, let me update my active sky. Alright, so this should appropriately update it here. See if we see any changes here coming into the TIM. And so far no changes have been noted, so that's a good thing. Alright, now of course let's go ahead and get rid of those situations there. And keep it going. Give me 1 second, buddy, okay? Alright. So, what I'm trying to figure out is why we are climbing so slow. Flaps are up. We're only climbing at 900 feet per minute. And it definitely could be due to our weight. Not quite sure. But it's awfully peculiar that we are climbing this slow, so it literally should be a nice strong climb right now. I mean, this thing is climbing at a snail's pace. Let us take a look here at the perf pretty low fuel count. Yeah, again, that's just so interesting that we're climbing that slow. I don't know why, but we are. Let's physically go look at the aircraft. I mean, there's no spoilers or flaps down right now. It's just a super slow climb for some reason. Check something out here. Interesting. Okay, let's try to do something here. Let's see if we lose any speed or anything here. Which we are losing a little speed, so maybe due to our weights. But we'll keep an eye on the speed here. I just got it up to about 1,800 feet per minute. So the good thing is it's in the climb mode. We are losing a significant amount of speed. Go to about 1,500 feet on the climb and see what that does for our speed. Still losing a little bit of speed, but not much, so hopefully once we level out we can catch that speed up. I mean, anything is better than climbing at the rate we were, so we'll kind of leave it right there for now and just monitor it. Alright guys, not a whole lot going on. Aircraft is cruising. Let's get some music on. Greenlight says my thrusters aren't in sync. Yeah, I know, Greenlight. That's... But it says it's in climb mode, so it's one of those things where I should have probably taken more time at the very beginning of the stream, because they were going into the climb mode. So right there, it's perfectly got it in the climb mode there. Alright, so he says also go to the MCDU and change the climb speed. Let's see what that looks like. So climb speed is 325.78, so it's not that. Because there it is right there. That's what the climb speed is supposed to be. But we're not bleeding that much speed, so let's just, because once it was pretty much level, the aircraft was able to pretty much hit the speed that it wanted, so I'm just going to monitor it for now. Got about 14,000 more feet to go. So, kind of hazy down there. Trying to see, we're over some body of water there. What body of water is that? Almost like the scenery is messed up, if you will. So we shouldn't be over any water right now. Either that or that's how hazy it's supposed to be. I'm hoping for the best here, but we'll see. Greenlight did warn me this plane is definitely glitchy. Alright guys, let's just get through it and get to where we need to go, man. Trying to wait till the climb is finished and then I'll go and actually double check to see what is going on with my son. He's in here waiting patiently for something. Dave McKee says nothing that costs that much should be glitchy. I agree, Dave. Like I said, we had good takeoff speeds, good takeoff thrust. Again, the only thing I'm thinking of is, and like I said, I don't even know what's going on outside of the airplane. The scenery is looking really suspect here. If you look down, that's not normally how it's supposed to look down there. It just looks like we're over water this whole way. But maybe it's the haze, guys. Maybe it's the haze. So, whatever. Alright, now at this point, I'm going to go ahead and push this back in now. And we'll let the aircraft do what it thinks it needs to do. So now it's going to definitely pitch down. Because now it's trying to pick up that speed, so it pitched down. So we don't want to get any lower than this. We'll need to start putting flaps out after this little green dot. I think we're going to alter our cruising. Let's see about altering our cruising altitude to maybe alter it to flight level 310. Just because of how the engine is performing, and I will also update it in the flight plan. There we go. So what I did is I just altered it in the flight plan. Because man, I tell you, this thing is struggling. So that is where our supposed top of climb is supposed to be. Let me go back on here and just double check one more thing here. Perf. See, now the climb is to flight level 310, so that's done. So we're steadily picking up some speed, which is good, and we've altered our flying altitude until flight level 310. Again, I don't know exactly what's going on with the bird. We're not getting any alerts or anything. Everything is up, gear is up, so it just... You can see where our scenery is working again, so maybe it was just super hazy there and I was overthinking things. Alright, so we're going to continue to climb to flight level 310. I'm going to jump off the camera really quick, check on my son while monitoring the plane. Until then, you guys hold it down, because you guys are great first officers and captains in your own right. Alright, so that's where I'll be. I'll be back with you guys shortly. Until then, hold it down and enjoy this non-stop flight from Denver International to Boston Logan in Massachusetts. And this is the Flight Factor A320. Greenlight is with us, but he's ahead of us. So hopefully we'll be close enough to hear him once he starts his approach into the Boston area. I'm going to check on the sun. You guys hold it down. We're climbing. We've altered our final cruising altitude to flight level 310 or 31,000 feet. We'll see how that works out. We're not on any type of ATC's purview. We are free-range chickens right now, even though we are on the Vatsim network. So I'll be back with you guys shortly. Till then, hold it down. Alright guys, I am somewhat back in the pocket. This will be an interesting flight because I'll be juggling some stuff this year as I'm needed on an urgent basis within my house. So I will be checking in and out, obviously, of this stream here. So Benga, welcome aboard. Thanks for checking us out on the stream. Sorry guys, I had to step away. Greenlight definitely gave you a nice welcome in there in the chat. And again, thank you for that green light. And you can see here, prior to us actually getting off the camera, the plane was struggling getting up to speed, but we are up to speed now, and so we shouldn't have to do any more climbs. I did adjust the adjusted the cruising altitude so that we would be okay. So I think Greenlight and I definitely probably filed different routes, and I'll show you why, which is okay. And I basically am just flying the route that JetBlue flies. So basically I just went on, there's Greenlight more north of me, so this is Greenlight here, and this is me down here. And he's probably going to be better off. It looks like if I stay on this course, we're going to get some weather. But the route that I filed, folks, is most certainly based off of the real route for JetBlue anyway. You can see JetBlue here, and this is the route that I filed. Other routes, United, this is probably what Greenlight filed if he went directly what United does, but still the same transition and arrival. And so that's the only difference. We took the ME's 8 Zirkle and obviously are doing a much different route, which actually looks like it's 7 nautical miles more than, or these are static miles, than the route that he may have put in. And I'm not even saying that's the route they put in, but I'm saying that's probably why. There is a different route, and it's probably why that route has got him more north than mine. Dave McKee says, sup Bingo, hope all is well. Hope you guys are all doing good. Let's go back to the cabin here really quick and see what we can see out of this wonderful window view. And you know what I think is actually going on, guys? It just dawned on me that I think I know what's going on. The other day I tried to fly with X Enviro, and X Enviro is on. That is the deal, guys. I need to turn, so we're gonna just keep flying with X Enviro. And now I turned my and the airplane kind of did a little bouncer. So right now, guys, we're flying with X Enviro. So I actually was running, and that's probably the problem with the aircraft's ascent, is that we were running Active Sky next. So what we are doing now is we're running X Enviro right here. See that? It's on. So, having said that, I think that was the issue, guys. If you plan your flight for flight level 370 and you're flying at 310 all the way, your fuel burn is going to be off quite a bit. Right, Dave? And you know what? Maybe we can continue our ascent now that I've figured what that is. Yeah, because the fuel burn is going to be different because we're lower, more resistant, so we're going to be burning more fuel. Let's see what the perf says. Still's got us at 4.2. Top of descent. I'm almost... Let me see the flight plan here. Flight plan is even adjusted to 310. We're going to keep going on with it. I think we'll be fine. But I think the fact that I was running 2 weathers in there, I was getting double the winds, double everything, because it didn't crash the sim or anything. So maybe that was the issue, guys. But because I couldn't figure out, I'm like, wow, everything is brown now. I'm like, Active Sky does not have any active control over the environment. I'm like, why is that stuff brown as it should be? That's because X Enviro was on and Active Sky was on. See, the other day I went to go do a, and Greenlight says check the progress page. I went to go do a flight the other day, and I was trying to see if I was going to fly on Alaska, so I turned the X Enviro on to see what the frames were doing, and it was okay, but I guess I never turned it off. Progress page here. Here's our cruise. Let's see. So this is the progress page. I don't know what else I'm looking for on here. All I can tell you is if you go to your perf pages and it tells you estimated fuel on board for our arrival is here. So it's still saying estimated fuel on board to our destination is 4,200 kilograms. And I think we'll be fine, guys. So our top of descent is at 2155, and our destination fuel is 4.2. It shouldn't get any less than this, especially because we're getting a tailwind. So again, guys, I think we're going to be okay. Hopefully we are. We start running out of fuel in the flight, well, we're just going to have to find an alternate. Altitude that is best is 34,500. Climb to flight level 330, save fuel. Okay, roger that, Greenlight. So let's try our climb. Actually, let's altitude that is best is 34,500. Maybe we'll try for 35,000, guys. So actually, let's just do what Greenlight says. And before we start that, let's go ahead. He says, no, sir, not 35. Yeah, so I'm gonna do what you're saying, Greenlight. I'm gonna go to flight level 330. I know I get hard-headed sometimes. So all right, 330. That's what we're gonna do. So let's go up here, guys, and let's put it into a climb and see what she does. Dave McKee says you can't fly at 355. No, I wasn't going to fly at 355. I know it's even numbers. I was going to go to flight level 350. But Dave is saying you can't fly at 355. Yeah, that's not a realistic cruising altitude. I know that, guys. But now we're going to start our ascent. We're climbing again ever so slowly. And you can see it's at about 200 feet, so it had nothing. I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't have anything to do with it doesn't have anything to do with exit Viro, because even we should still be getting a better climb. Doesn't have anything to do with the throttles. I'm actually in the toga. And it's letting me climb a little bit better, so I'm just going to do toga on the climb. Then I'll go back to climb power, because at least we've got a little bit more thrust in there, and we're going to get to where we need to go a lot better, a lot quicker. And then I'll bring it out of the climb mode. So, Greenlight is saying 500 feet per minute on the climb. There we go. Yes, Dave is saying when I level off, you go to cruise power, but not in the Airbus. You put it right here and climb. This is where we're gonna put this. Remember, the Airbus, Dave, has detents, so the cruising power is going to be in the climb phase. You leave it in the climb mode the whole time. So that's what we're going to do. I just leveled it up to get more thrust here, and then we'll go from there. Fuel is still okay. We got about another 1,000 to go. At 32.5, I'll put it back in the climb mode, and that's where it will stay. Because let's see, if we go back to the climb mode now, probably going to start bleeding speed here. But it's doing its job. We're at 500 feet per minute, and so far, yet we're losing a little bit of speed here. Nothing drastic, so. Alright. Greenlight says, oh my god, you have 24,000 pounds of cargo. No wonder. Plus packs. Yeah, I didn't put 24,000 pounds on there, though. That's the funny thing. Yeah, you know what? That probably was it. It's in kilograms. So that's what it was. I loaded the plane too heavy on the cargo. So even though it didn't give me anything out of landing weights or anything that I saw here that it's giving me any indications, but you're in kilograms, not pounds. Yeah, I knew that. I just didn't realize the kilograms was that much. So perhaps we should have, let's see, cargo. So this is where it is in cargo. We're almost at everything full here, so that's what it is. But we'll be okay, and this is definitely a lesson learned. We are definitely almost at our cruising altitude here. So there we are. Now we're at our 33,000 feet. And we know it is an issue of how I loaded the plane. Too much cargo went in there. And again, that's part of not knowing the weight limits and everything of the aircraft. So turn the seat belts off. It should be, it's on auto. Oh, no, let me put it on auto. There, we put it on auto. With this flight, my passengers better stay seated. All right, so now let's go check. Now, it gave us, it was 4.2 before. Now it's giving us estimated fuel on board 4.5 once we get in there. So we'll definitely, so to speak, be in the reserve fuel category, and we might even gain a little bit more on our descent. So thank you, Greenlight and Dave, for all of your assistance. So Greenlight gave us our optimal cruising altitude. So now I'm going to go back into my flight plan, and I'm going to adjust the cruising altitude to 33,000 feet. All right. All right, so it looks like I'm going to be more in Chicago Center than Greenlight will be. And you guys can see here the plane is, so hopefully our landing is good. But if not, if we land heavy and we get a hard landing, it's going to be because of the weight. So we're literally almost to our cruise. So, plane definitely has a lot of cargo on there, obviously. Yeah, everything there's in the green, guys. So everything there is looking good. Let's go and calculate when our top of descent is. So 21:55. 2 hours and roughly 19 minutes. We'll just say 2 hours and 18 minutes, guys, till our top of descent. So in the meantime, we should be good to go here. It's going to be a flight where I'm in and out of the cockpit just because of I'm assisting my son with some stuff here. That's why he came in. I'm trying to make sure we get checked in here appropriately, though. Greenlight says, no, you're fine as far as weight. You just can't expect great performance. Thank you, Greenlight. Appreciate you on that. And yeah, so that's little shame on me for loading the aircraft so heavy with cargo. But he says the weights are fine. It's just, yeah, like he's saying, obviously we're noticing that performance, and I thought it had something to do with the fact of me running 2 weather engines for this. But doesn't seem that was the issue at all. And they were playing together nicely. Obviously, the X Enviro trumped the Active Sky, because normally leaving out of Denver, if I'm not running X Enviro, all of the agricultural fields and patches you see down there are green. But I was like, wow, they're brown. That's really this time of year they would be brown. Obviously, we're in the fall. And turned out X Enviro was trumping Active Sky. And I remember we even updated Active Sky. We didn't even see any update into the sim, so that was because the X Enviro was doing its thing. Wow, our next waypoint is so far it's not coming up, so let's look and see what that is. Next waypoint is Jot, and we've got 365 miles to go. Also remember, bro, you took off from a high density altitude airport. That's right. Thinner air. Thank you, Greenlight. Yeah, we did take off from the Mile High City, which is Denver, so performance isn't going to be as on point. And we got Jot, which is our next VOR and waypoint on the flight plan, 363 miles. It exceeds the range of what we can see here. So guys, we got some cruising to do here. That is for sure. That is definitely for sure. So what I'll do is I'll be monitoring this aircraft. I'll probably be monitoring from a different room. So and I'll still be chatting, obviously, through the chat, and be checking in and out. I've got just a little bit to get to Chicago Center, so I'll be checking in there once again, and I'll be checking you guys in the chat. If I'm not speaking it, I will type it, just because now I'm multitasking in the house. So there we go, guys. Let's keep this thing cruising, and we have no ATC right now, pretty smooth skies. We might be getting some weather when we get into Chicago's airspace, more on the western or the eastern side of their airspace. There's a little slither we may go over. Doesn't look like anything significant once we get closer to O'Hare and Midway. Then once we pass O'Hare and Midway to the southeast, there is a weather system. Here, let me just show you guys what I'm talking about here. I can show you better than I can tell you. So here we are. We're going to probably pass over this here. Continue our course here. We may get the tip of this, depending on what we're doing. So this is that weather system southeast of Midway and O'Hare that we're going to be kind of focusing on. Then we should be able to snake right here to this weather corridor. But look at this, guys, getting into Boston. We're going to pass through this nastiness, and then Boston on the Pacific or the Atlantic, the coast here of the eastern coast of the United States looks pretty good right there. It's just getting past this part. So we'll see what the weather has in store for us, guys. And yeah, we'll be checking there in a minute. So Obviously not my best work today unloading the plane and looking at that, but hey, every time what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, so I'm definitely going to be more cognizant of what type of... I think I did it once. Basically, I just said, all right, each passenger, their weight is, you know, roughly 185 for each passenger, so obviously there's more and then there's some less. Then, whatever amount of packs that I have, I usually multiply it easily. We'll just say like a 30-pound bag. So I take the packs, multiply a 30-pound bag, and that's roughly how I usually get my actual cargo weight to be kind of realistic. And then I'll usually add a few extra 1,000 pounds or whatever the case may be, because everybody's not just going to be bringing a 30-pound bag on. And there might be other cargo in there that's not even associated with passengers. It may be cargo that's being shipped through the airline. Excuse me. So I didn't do that this time. I just kind of threw in some weight, and it wasn't overweight, so I said let's go with it, because I do like to fly heavy on each, like the real aircraft do, meaning closer to the limits of them so that they're maximizing their profits. I love this coffee mug because whatever you put in here, whether it's cold or hot, it does a better job of keeping that beverage at that temperature for a longer period of time. This is a Contigo, so basically that means if you make your cup of joe super hot, in here it's going to stay super hot pretty much for a long time. So I usually, if it is like that, I usually put a couple ice cubes in there because I like to be able to drink my coffee kind of right away. It's warmer than warm, but cooler than piping hot, if you will. So it's pretty good right now. I'm able to drink it. Zachy D, hey, late, had to get hair done. No worries, Zachy D. We've been having issues on here anyway. Thanks for checking in, Zachy D, and everybody. It's on the stream or that will watch it post stream. Thank you for your support and checking it out. If you haven't subscribed, smash that like button, and I'll do my best to continue to give the best content that I can. So that's that. All right. Hope your hair turned out well, Zach. All right, guys. So I'm going to step away again really quick. The aircraft is still set to hit Chicago airspace, so it won't be that long. I'll be monitoring that. Don't forget, I'll be chatting you guys up in the chat, of course. So again, everybody, thanks for flying along with us. And this again is JetBlue 318 full service from Denver International on over to Boston. I am simulating the real flight. They really do it in an A320, which is why I chose to fly this A320 for JetBlue anyway. And the gate that they park at is C30. That's the gate we're parking at, guys. So we're doing it up here today, guys. We're doing it up. So I'll be back with you guys here shortly, and I'm sure we'll be talking to Chicago Center soon. Alright guys, checking back in again, and we now must switch over to Chicago Center, which is 2035. Alright, we're all switched over there. Good evening, Chicago Center. JetBlue 318 checking in with you at flight level 330 will be entering your airspace from the west.
JetBlue 318, Chicago Center, good evening, IDIT.
Alright, so we're going to ident. So it should be identing right now, and you guys can see some cloud cover there. Still trying to determine.
JetBlue 318, radar contact 44 miles south of the Des Moines. VOR, welcome.
Alright, so I'm not quite sure that I like XEnviro's cloud renderings and all that stuff, but we're going to leave it on for this flight. Yeah, we'll leave it on for this flight and see how it goes, if I like it or not. There you go. Alright, Zachy D says, can we get a cabin tour? Never seen the X-Plane's A320 cabin. Yes, we can, Zachy D. Binga says, yo, I have a fever, LOL. I hope you feel better, Binga. You know, hope you feel better. Guys, let's go for that tour into the cockpit. Let me show you guys something, though. This is pretty slick. You got this nice view that I set up here. And yeah, Zachy D says get better. Okay, that's that view. And so this is the view from the wing here. Now let's go back into the cabin. There's not a whole lot to see, but we can most certainly check it out. So I'm gonna sit up a little bit. This is the cabin here, guys. This is the Flight Factor A320.
American 2250, Chicago Center.
So you can see, you know, it's pretty standard. You know, it's not the best. It's definitely not the worst. But this is what it is here. Here's the basically the cabin here. Let's go to the other side.
KLM 611, affirmative. Thanks for checking.
Here's the other side, and of course, it's basically going to be the same thing. You know, so it's okay. Cabin is okay. What I'm tripping on though is I can't tell if that's the windshield looking like that or that's the clouds. I think it's probably the windshield. Let's go up top and make sure our, let's see, probe window heat should be on auto. Anti-ice wing. Let's see. Okay, we got the Pro window heat. We're going to turn that on. So we'll see if that makes a difference for those windows, because it's looking a little, you can see it's a little, looks like a little maybe icing on the window. That's why we're getting that fuzzy view. It's also out of the front window. So yeah, we're gonna leave that on, probe heat on there, and before we start our descents, we'll be getting our anti-ices on here because we're gonna go through some clouds which may have some moisture on our surfaces. So
United 4499, Chicago Center, good evening, climb and maintain, flight level 350, resume normal speed. 350, normal speed, United.
that speed, I've had music turned up just a little bit. you guys a little flyby. See that there's a line there in the horizon. But, yeah, the clouds still have that look, so I think that's just the way they're rendering. It's got a weird kind of look to it. Greenlight says, look at the ice probe on front. The little pin outside, middle of wide screen. Look at the ice probe on the front. The little pin outside, middle of the wide screen. What screen are you referring? In the cockpit, I'm obviously, let's see, so of the wide screen. Are you talking about overhead green light? Are you talking about see what he's talking about? Look at the ice probe on front. The little pin outside middle of windscreen. Got you. So I think he wants me to go outside. Or maybe he's referring to the inside. The windscreen. Are you referring to this probe right here? Green light? This guy right here? Look at the middle of the... Yeah, okay, so that's it. That's it. So what he's talking about is this probe right here. Now, green light, what should this probe do when there's icing reflected? Will it start turning white? This little probe out here? I'm curious. He says yes. Okay, cool. So, alright, so that's the probe. Now, green light, what color is that supposed to turn, or what is that supposed to do when there is icing? Just curious, because I don't know. And she's definitely not performing too hot right now, because we definitely have dropped some speed down. See, we're only about 0.74. Looks like it's trying to pick back up, so yeah, I definitely probably just loaded the aircraft way too heavy. Yeah, I think my phone's
Central
upstairs.
Aircraft Cargo Center will need to be closing in about 5 minutes so that we can get up early in the morning before it's across the pond.
Hey, roger that. From one of your aircraft. Quick question. What time does that cross the pond start?
Let me double check. Because I think it varies from facility to facility.
Okay, Roger. Appreciate that. And you can just give me a Zulu time if you want to keep things simple. Alright. If you can see ice, then you know to turn on the ice protection. The Airbus will tell you when to turn the ice system on. Got you.
Let's see. Looks like our first departure is going to be 10312, and the last one's at around 1530.
Okay, appreciate you. And do you know how long the centers will be online, or Oceanic will be covering it?
Yeah, well, I think Oceanic's on for the duration of the event. We'll probably be on. We'll definitely be on for all of the slotted departures, and then a little before it, as long after as we can possibly stand.
Okay, Roger that. Thanks for the information, and also thanks for the ATC, and we'll wait for the ATC. Have a good evening.
Yeah, no worries. This is what we're here for.
Roger that. We appreciate you.
You have a great evening, my friend. Get you some rest. I know it's going to be busy tomorrow. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And that was
I
green
think I'm
light.
going to start closing up shop now, in fact. So JetBlue 318, radar service terminated, monitor Unicom 122.8. Y'all have a good night.
All right, over Unicom. Once again, thanks again, and we hope to hear your voice tomorrow. We'll see you at JetBlue 318.
Cheers. United 499, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
All right, so he's closing up, which kind of makes it easier for my in and out situation today. As I tell my kids when I'm in and out of the house or something, I call it an in and out boiga, like In and Out Burger here in Cali. This is a little joke. Just sharing that with you guys, so don't judge me on my corny jokes, all right? All right. So we're going to continue to cruise along, guys. And yeah, so he'll be closing up. So we are good to go. We want to take a look at, and you can see the aircraft is back up, getting back up to speed there. Let's go ahead and check our, let's see. Let's go ahead and check our perf, top of descent 800. We still got good estimated fuel on board for our arrival. So this is roughly about 2 hours, 21:55. Yeah, 21:55. So you can see that's almost 2 hours. It's an hour and 50 minutes or 51 minutes now. So hour and 51 minutes to the top of our descent. Now look at this. We're actually over speeding. Man, you guys see that? This thing is climbing all by itself. This is so weird. Alright, so we got it descending back down. Man, this thing is overly glitchy. It's picking up speed that it shouldn't pick up. So, I'm just going to fly it, and I don't know why we're getting that tone. Okay. So we're gonna fly it just like this. We're gonna have the speed manual, and we're definitely descending down to where we need to be. We're gonna keep it about 0.78 Mach. It just started climbing on its own, man. This thing is quite trouble today. If you see, okay, check. It's in alpha protection phase. Check your progress for best altitude. Let's see. So let me get this probe heat off. And check your progress page for best altitude. Let's do that. So the optimal altitude is 359. Basically 360. We're cruising at 330. So and he says it's an alpha protection phase. Maybe that phase is due to the fuel, making sure we have enough fuel, so it was trying to climb, perhaps is what he's saying, to here, but it was speeding up too. It was over speeding. I don't know how to explain that. Where the plane just started, all of a sudden it could accelerate. Greenlight is now saying climb to flight level 350, so let's do that. Boy, this thing is working us over today, man. I don't know if I'm flying this again. Granted, part of the problem is I overstuffed the plane. The alpha protection phase caused the climb to stop to overspeed. Yeah, but it wasn't that caused it, it was me. It just kept doing it. So I stopped it. This thing is crazy, man. All right, so the climb has started ever so slowly. It was doing what it was supposed to do. You just never saw it before. No, I didn't. But again, my question is, it went into the alpha phase, but it started accelerating by itself, and it passed the barber pole, so we were over speeding. But then I put the speed on manual and it brought it down, so I'm just curious as to why all of a sudden it started acting erratically, like over speeding and all that stuff. Dave McKee, plane did what it was supposed to do. Actually, you were over speed because the winds shifted and you were too close to the tape in the cruise, I believe. All right, Greenlight says, call me, and I will. He goes, I know, call me. Okay, I will. I'll call you in a second. I'll disappear off the camera here in a second. Let me just make sure the plane is doing what it was supposed to do. So apparently the wind shifted. The plane started going faster. I'm gonna have to go back because I saw the plane, it was over speeding. Now I'm trying to remember exactly what I did and how it happened. Oh yeah, then it did start climbing. It did start climbing now that I'm thinking about it. It did start climbing. So in other words, it must have been the shift in the winds caused the plane to overspeed, and then we're saying that when it goes into the alpha mode, it goes right into a climb. So Greenlight says Dave is right. So I guess yeah, and I've never seen that before. So apparently the explanation of why the plane did what it did just out of the blue, the wind shifted, so it gave momentarily the plane, I guess, a tailwind or a push. It accelerated the plane over the stress speed here, and apparently when the plane goes into alpha, it pitches up to try to climb so that it can automatically reduce the speed, obviously, because you're trying to go up. There's no extra thrust, so it's bringing the speed down. So I'm going to end up calling Greenlight here in a minute, but he does say Dave is right, so I guess it's all about learning here on the channel. So we just learned something else. Now we've learned about double check your cargo weight, kilograms to pounds. And another thing that I need to be checking on too is these aircraft are all different size aircraft. Sometimes I don't know what a normal cargo weight load is for this particular aircraft. I would need to go try to Google it. But I do like when they do, full, low, medium, almost full or full little click marks when you're getting the plane set up. So it kind of helps you to determine what amount of cargo to put in there. Again, I wasn't overweight, but there's no way I would have put this much cargo on the bird, knowing that the performance was going to be degraded so much. So, learn something new, and that's what we're here for. So I'm going to jump off the camera here in a minute, check on my son really quick, because my wife is dealing with other kids, so I'm on son duty. And then I'm going to give Greenlight a call, but I'll still be in the chat checking in with you guys. We don't have any ATC right now, and we've got about over an hour to the top of our descent. Right now, we are definitely still in Chicago Center's airspace as well as Greenlight. Greenlight's a little ahead of me. He's ahead of me, and he's more north of me. But he is himself, too, in Chicago airspace as well. So now the plane is going to continue its nice slow climb. I'll be monitoring it. I'm going to check in with my son. I'm going to give Greenlight a call, and then either way, I'll still be available to you guys via the chat. So, all right, guys, let's continue this very interesting flight here from Denver to Boston. Alright guys, woo, checking back in. Has been quite the busy evening. Thank you guys for being patient and hanging out. And we are reeling it in. And Greenlight is significantly ahead of me. He's got about, says time remaining, 58 minutes for him, as well as for us. We're about 20 minutes behind him. Not quite 20. He's got 58 minutes remaining according to the scope, and I've got an hour and 10 minutes remaining according to the scope. So we all know that that is also a direct line from where we're at, so we still have to do our standard terminal rivals, which we are going to look at right now, mi gente. We're cruising at flight level 350. This is the JAR A320. I'm sorry, as you were, it's the Flight Factor A320. And let's go over a couple things that let's see, set manage speed. So let's do this. Let's see, manage speed. We're at 0.78. Let's go ahead and take a look at what the speed is for our cruise. Selected 0.78, managed 0.8. So let's not allowed. Okay, so we're not going to set the managed speed. We're just going to leave it as is, because it will not allow us to change the managed speed. So we're going to leave it right here because we had a couple issues earlier. One of them was the fact that, you see this thing is almost basically fully loaded with cargo. Next time I'm going to bring the cargo holds to about half, as far as 4, 3, and 1. So I loaded this thing very, very heavy, and so our performance on our climb wasn't too hot. Something that we need to keep an eye on next time. And another thing that it did, once we were in the actual climb, we had a wind shear, or actually we were actually in the cruise phase, and we had basically shift in the winds, and this thing automatically picked up. It went over the aircraft stress speed indicator, which is this little barber's pole here. The plane went into a pitch, so it started climbing, and I didn't know what was going on. So for those that you don't know, these Airbuses will go into the alpha protection phase, which means the aircraft is going to pitch up when it overspeeds for whatever reason. And then from best practices, which got this from Greenlight, you want to try to manually step that speed back while the airplane is getting itself under control. We're cruising here now. It's asking me to set the managed speed, which is actually 0.80, but I refuse. We're going to do 0.78. So we'll leave it here for now. And keep it just like that. Let's go ahead and look at what our top of descent is. So we have 370 nautical miles to go, and Zachy D says I'm sure there is back. That's what we're looking for, he says. Zachy D says I'm back. Me too, Zachy D. I was away from the cockpit as well. We got 368 nautical miles. I think it's saying that because it's in the scratch pad. Let's check that out, Dave. He's absolutely right. It's absolutely right. So it said that set managed speed because it was in the scratch pad of the FMS, which we just saw, and it cleared it out, and it cleared out here. Dave, you're good. You are good. Greenlight's giving us a thumb. And Dave, you're absolutely right, man. You guys are some straight up flight sim Airbus instructors. Real. You guys know a whole lot more about this aircraft than I do, obviously. So, look, our estimated fuel on board once we arrived there actually went up from 4. Initially it was 4.2, then 4.5, now 4.8. So 362 miles, 2,200 Zulu. What does that mean for us, guys? That means that it's under an hour. So we have 48 minutes until the top of our climb, or the top of descent here. As you can see, that says 2,200, and we are in the 2,100 hour Zulu in the sim. That's not real Zulu time, of course. I did that so that we have a reference, but we're flying in the daytime, so obviously that switches the Zulu time in the sim, if you will. Dave McKee, if it's a Boeing, he says, I ain't gonna even have a t-shirt that says that. Hey man, you make me laugh, dude. Yeah, but the good thing is it's not a Boeing. I like flying Boeing aircraft too. I like flying all of them. I guess when it comes to me, what you see on the channel, if I put it in my hangar and the aircraft is well simulated and the immersive level is pretty high, I'll fly it. And that goes for the old ones too, Dave. I might start looking into doing some old ones, older aircraft, but I gotta like it, the way it looks, the way it sounds, the way it handles, obviously, and I'll do it because I like flying everything that appeals to me, I should say. And sometimes the grimier on the stick and rudder, the better. I like to do hand flying on here, even though this aircraft, as stated by Greenlight, so I don't want to plagiarize anything, but I'm plagiarizing this, but I'm giving Greenlight credit. This aircraft is basically for the first officer and the captain to manage the aircraft systems and monitor the aircraft to ensure that it is doing what it needs to do after, of course, you do your pre-flight and program everything correctly. So I'm interested to learn more about that. For example, if I'm on approach, go miss or do a go around for something, apparently there's a way you can have the aircraft get you right to the hold. You can put a secondary flight plan in there to go to your alternate. So there's so many little different things. The other day, as we were on approach into LaGuardia, it was the flight that we did in the A321. I learned that if you're flying the RNAV in the Airbus, right? And I'm just going to be specific to A321 because I don't know if it applies to the rest, even though I'm sure it does. But because I don't have that knowledge firsthand, I'm not going to tell you it does. I'm just going to say I believe it does, but act the same way. And like I said, I'm pretty sure it does, but I'm not going to solidify that with the finite answer of I know for sure, because I don't. Anyway, I learned on approach, again from Greenlight, aka instructor, if you will, that when you're doing the RNAV approach, okay, prior to you getting to your initial approach fix, okay, what you want to do is turn off this glide slope mode here, okay. Then you're going to come here and hit the approach phase, and what you're going to get here, once I get you there, what you're going to get on here, instead of the magenta carets, right, indicating your glide path or glide slope and your lateral navigation, they're going to be green. And it's going to act like it's an ILS from that point, because it's going to follow the glide slope and it's going to follow the lateral navigation, or the LNAV, which is cool. Now, a little bit more information that is new information to me about how it does that. The GPS still has basically GPS repeaters around the field and where you're going, so it's able to give the aircraft its best calculated profile for correct glide slope once you're officially on the ILS, and it keeps you laterally, obviously, positioned for you to hit the runway where you're supposed to hit the runway. So I didn't know that until that flight, guys. So, yeah, this is all about learning. And oh, I had to clear my throat. It's all about learning, and I don't believe anybody's above learning, right? So that's my PSA for the day, right? Never be too egotistic to allow yourself to learn and allow yourself to listen to those that maybe have a little bit more experience of you. Yes, my throttles are out of sync. Absolutely, Dave, they are. And I will tell you the reason why that is because I didn't set it up correctly prior to the flight, which I should have did before the stream. So I realized that I am flying with the throttles out of sync. So if you look here, speed brake is where it's supposed to be. The throttles, yes, are out of sync because I essentially have had to push one up a little higher. But the good thing is it is giving me that we're in the Mach and it's stable and we're where we're supposed to be doing on speed. So I'll have to utilize, and Greenlight was telling me that the new beta version of the Flight Factor A320 is going to include support for the Thrustmaster TRA Airbus side stick and throttles and stuff. So thank you for that, for Dave, very observant. And so we've got some glitches on this thing, and I will say aircraft, you know, so far is doing well. I do believe that Dave says that not what to look at in one. Got you. So he's saying he didn't look at the throttles. He's saying that he's looking at the N1. Oh yeah, over here. And this is where you can see it right here. We got one doing 86% and one doing 80. So yeah, those throttles are definitely out of sync. And I'm trying to get the right one into sync. I got to kind of hold it. I got it a little closer, Dave. Obviously, it's not in its detent. I kind of had to do it on a prayer and a wish, but basically, and thank you for that, Dave. I didn't think of looking at this at all, but basically, they are leveled out right now, and we'll see if that makes a difference. Airplane is wanting to pick up speed, which is good. If it gets to Mach 0.80, then we'll just go ahead and push this knob in and then let the speeds do what they do. But yeah, so that's all back where it needs to go. Let's see. Dave McKee says, of course, it's managing the speed, but you are going to have a fuel imbalance. And that makes sense because one engine was definitely burning more than the other. And even if they balance their own tanks out, it's still going to be an erratic fuel flow that has been occurring over the majority of the flight until now. Fuel flow, let's take a look at our fuel tanks and see that imbalance in there. So here's the imbalance right here, guys. Look at that, 3310, 4250, so Dave is right. And of course, this is fuel used, left and right. And you can see here, 30, 40, and 2450. So that's crazy, man. But yes, it'll be imbalanced, so we need to know this on approach because the tanks aren't going to be balanced. Fuel on board, 6,860 kilograms. And I tell you, this flight has truly been a learning lesson And it looks like it's doing that speed just fine. We're still balanced. All right, now I've got the aircraft where it's all managing that. You can see, you know, just about 280 nautical miles or so, a little more. Actually, it's about 300 nautical miles is what I'm going to say is our top of descent. Okay, yeah, 288. Still has us getting there with enough fuel, so I guess that's a good sign, guys. And we're doing X and Biro right now. Again, I'm still not sold on it. I still, me personally, like the way the clouds look in active sky, with the clouds doing what they need to do from the sim, as far as the textures and things of that nature. So, $21.59, so we gained a minute. All right, guys, so we're literally 37 minutes from the top of our descent. So, with the spirit of that, let us go ahead and start looking at our arrival. Chief says, busy Friday, but I've hit the like. Have a great flight, Dre. Hey, chat. And that's Chief Sim, guys, another content creator. Thanks for checking in, Chief. Appreciate you dropping that like. And hope you get some rest. I know you also have to manage your family life and work balance along with your streaming. So trust me, Chief, I know better than anybody about that. You stay pretty busy. So again, thanks for checking in, and hope you have a great weekend with the kids, is what Dave is saying. Chief, if the matter is all updated, let's see, Zulu time 0254. Let's check current Zulu time. Current Zulu time is 0350. So this will be changing shortly, but as of right now, you can look here and just see that those winds are gusting pretty good, 14 to 22 knots out of the east. We picked runway 4, so as of this matter, I'm going to stay with runway 4. Hopefully, the next update will echo the same thing and we don't have much to change. So as you guys can see here, the winds are out of the east at 80 degrees, 14 knots, gusting 22 knots. It's overcast at 22,500. And you can see the temperature is 11 degrees Celsius, dew point 06 or 6 degrees, altimeter is 299.1. And we'll definitely have to hope for the best when it comes to the next weather update. I'm just going to check FlightAware really quick, see what we get. Okay, FlightAware is echoing the same exact thing, so it hasn't updated itself yet either. Okay, so the arrival that we're coming on is the J-Fun 2. Another thing that's peculiar too is the fact that this AirX system is not updated in the flight factor, which I'm gonna have to go back and re-update it. I'm not quite sure why it's not. Check something here. So I think what may have happened, yeah, I gotta look because I'm not finding any specific nav data. I gotta research because the last update that I did with my data manager for Navigraph included this aircraft, the flight factor aircraft. So I'm still kind of wondering why the air rack wasn't updated, and so I'll have to go and check it. Let's see, giving some love there. Big ups to my man Greenlight Chief says, Dave McKesey, this is why you need to get both tanks balanced right. 20 knots gusts with tanks not equal is not going to be fun. Text him, Greenlight. He's saying text him. My phone is not even next to me, so hopefully he doesn't text me right away. But whatever we're going to do is what we're going to do here. And hopefully it's nothing catastrophic. We're kind of going to just suck it up on this one here. For our long haul though, tomorrow we'll probably be taking our 747. Even though I did download the A340, I need to do some training in that thing, obviously, and so we'll probably be doing our hop tomorrow in the 747 or the A350. So we're going to be coming here, and this is our transition waypoint onto the J-Fun 2. See, look up and turn on tanks transfer. All right, guys, I will do so. Let's get rid of this for a second. So let's go to the fuel panel, which should be right up here. All right, so I just put the tank transfer feed on right here, guys, and hopefully that works. Okay, we'll keep that on auto. Tank transfer feed is open now, so hopefully that's going to help us to balance those tanks out. Thank you, Greenlight and Dave, for doing that for me and staying on top of high aired ways, so the engines are still stabilized there. So now we'll see if, and the cool thing is, it's not that, I mean, it looks like it's doing something here, but they're not that far out of disparity now. They're about 620 kilograms out of whack, if you will. So we got 840 here and 250. So 2 to 8 is 6. And 8 do, yeah, so right at 6,000 something kilograms difference, or 600 I should say, not 1,000, 600. Hey McKee, tanks, Greenlight. I don't think he realizes how bad having like a 800 kilogram imbalance is going to be with those winds. And you're right, Dave, I've never done it, but I am going to find out. And at this point, there's no going back, guys, so we're going to take it. We're going to take our lumps like men and women, if you're on board as a woman. All right. Let's finish talking about this arrival. So here we can see at Minsta, we have a restriction of at or above flight level 210. So let's see what that looks like. Minsta 340, 240. Dave McKee says keep an eye on the transfer. Okay, we will. Go take a peek at it. still look like it's kind of doing, hasn't changed the difference between the two that much. You can see here now it's just under, it's about 590 pounds difference. 8 minus 2 is 6 minus the 10, so yeah. Okay, now it's at about, so it's working slowly but surely. And I think it's at a rate of 10 is that, well, that's the center tank. Jackie D, I'm pretty tired, been up since 5 and it's 12. Sorry you can't make the landing. Have a great landing. Peace, y'all. Thank you, Zachy D, for hanging in as long as you did. Get some rest. Hopefully we'll be back at it again tomorrow. Dave McKee, you have 200 nautical miles to worry about the arrival, he says. Right, but I'm just taking care of it now. Yes, I do. Because I might have to step out of the cockpit again, so I want to make sure we cover it now. But again, Dave and Greenlight, I do appreciate you guys keeping me with those bumper, bowling lane bumper or gutter protectors. That's what you guys are doing right now. I'm the bowling ball going back and forth between the left and the right, trying to get down to knock the pins down, and you guys are making sure I don't go into the gutters. Thank you guys for that. All right, back down. Minsta, flight level 240. Seats at 280. Above, we're at flight level 210. 17. It's got us getting there at 18, which is fine as long as it's above 17. 15 at bases. J-Fun, 14.9. Autumn at 270. And between 12,000 and 11,000. Winter at 250 at 10,000. Cool, cool. Despised at 220 at 7,000. Perfect. Then there we go to Griffey. So this is Griffey. And then G Gabe at 220 knots at 6,000. Perfect, it's right here, 220, 6,000. Joby, 210, 6,000. Looks good. And then we're downwind, and then the runway 4 is over here. So then Nabo will be coming through here right now, and Nabo looks like it's supposed to be at 4,000. So that's okay. Let's see. If Airbus Greenlight, I think if crossfeed is off, he can turn off the fuel pump for the underweight engine. He said, sorry if it's on. Then both engines will draw from the single tank. Let me read that again. So Dave is saying in Airbus Greenlight thinks if crossfeed is off, that I can turn on the fuel pump for the underweight engine, and if it's on, then both engines will draw from the single tank. And then Dave McKee says, sleep well, Zachy D. No doubt, Zachy, get your sleep, man. So the arrival looks copacetic. So now let us go and look at the approach and get that pulled up. All right. Decision height is 218. So that's what we'll be putting on there. Dave says on, by the way. He didn't say by the way, I said by the way. Greenlight says yes, he can, but let get him up to that slowly. You guys know you got to baby step me here. Alright, so on the approach, after we get to our last point, which will be downwind, which is Joby, we can then either do our direct turn to Gashi and kind of, let's Hey, let's look at this radar. Okay, Gashi is the initial approach fix right here. So it doesn't have the others, but it has Milt right here. And Milt is at 1700, and that's where you're getting the Maltese Cross, where you're officially on the glide slope in ILS right here. Dave McKee says, check your transfer. Aviate first, then navigate. That's what Dave says. So, another good tip, which I didn't do this time because I got flustered with the whole throttles and everything at the beginning. Greenlight says he has a great process. As again, he's a real world pilot, guys. So, you know, these are best practices that I'm definitely taking heed to. When he gets his scratch pad, his paper that he writes down the frequency, puts a line under it, does the final approach course, puts a line under it. Actually, I'm sorry, he starts with the runway, so it would be 4 in this case, 4 right, and then after that he'll put a line under 4 right and put in the localizer frequency of 110.3, another line under that for the approach course, which is 35 degrees, and another line under that, which is the missed approach altitude. I'm sorry, not the missed approach altitude, but the ILS. Okay, so then he would type in 1700 because that's where he intercepts the ILS, and then if I remember correctly, he puts in 35, which would be the final. We would do that. That would be the third line. The only other thing I can think of, I don't know what the last one is that he did. Anyway, I'll ask him again, but Dave McKee says, check your transfer, aviate first, then navigate. Those are the rules of flying a plane. Aviate, navigate, then communicate. That's what's up, Dave. You guys heard it right here. I don't know if it was first, but you're hearing it again. Alright, so parking gates. We are parking at gate Charlie 30. So it'll be right here on this little appendage right here. 1, 2, 3. So there's 3 gates right here, maybe 4. One on the corner. So there's 2 corners and 3 basically perpendicular ones right here. And Greenlight Autobroker says the missed approach altitude is the last thing he puts in. Cool. So now that we know this is where we need to get to, so we know we need to get here, and we're landing on runway 4 right, which is right here. So essentially, the goal would be to vacate the runway at Yankee, which then gives you into a situation where you're taxiing on runway 33 right, or we come down to Romeo, come up to Mike, which with my long landings, this is very possible. So we get off on Romeo, and potentially come all the way back. Dave can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're arriving, so we need to be taxiing on the innermost taxiways closest to the terminal, while the departing aircraft will be on the Bravo taxiway, which is the taxiway closest to the runway. And I'm pretty sure that's what Dave said. I don't know how many flights ago, as far as where you're supposed to taxi when you depart and when you arrive. So if we're keeping the spirit of what Dave said before, we will get off on probably Romeo, take November all the way across, stay on November, taxi into the ramp that way. Come here and then come back around and pick up Alpha. So that's the plan, guys. Again, this is the appendage that we need. And yeah. Look at that, guys. 127 miles to go to our top of descent. And Joby at 6,000. So we're going to make sure this is set to 6,000, which is the bottom altitude on the descent. So we got that all squared away. Dave says correct. Oh, each airport has its own quirks. Also depends what NOTAMs say. Oh, right. So Dave is saying that I was correct in the arrival pattern. The taxiways closest to the terminal are the ones the inbound planes will take, and the taxiways closer to the runway are the outbound aircraft usually taxi to get to the gate. Dave is saying that NOTAMs could say November is closed for repairs, so you need to exit to the right, etc., stuff like that. Got you, Dave. So essentially, he's saying what I was saying is right, and that's I'm glad he's saying that, especially because he's the one to put that information out. I'm just glad I'm regurgitating it somewhat correctly. So if we look at the av tab, what he's saying is, like all these little extra information, you want to pay attention to this stuff here. And then he's also talking about the NOTAMs, which in this case could come from, you know, more of this. See, this is the takeoff obstacle notes. Sometimes they have approved taxi routes. So for example, you click on this one, this is probably going to refer to the larger winged aircraft. So this is really referencing A380 approved taxiways. And then you just follow the diagram here and figure out what you can and can't do with your A380. Because of the size. See, for A380 only, so this wouldn't apply to us at all, not even if we were in a 747, because it doesn't say that. But that's what you want to do, is you want to read all the NOTAMs, which are advisements and extra information that you have to take into consideration when reading the other charts, you know, the charts that you're using to taxi the aircraft and fly the aircraft, if you will. So, and he says, no, NOTAMs will be in sim brief. Ah, got you. So to stand corrected, the NOTAMs are in sim brief. So when you do your flight planning, that's where they're at. These other additional information here, I suppose, are just additional chart information that you need to be aware of and adhere to when taxiing around and departing the runway. So you still need to read these other additional charts. And Dave says a place like Logan probably has 20 pages of NOTAMs. Wow, that's crazy. That's a lot of information, man. I'm gonna go check the sim brief. Looking to see if it has NOTAMs on here. So they do. So here's one right here, guys. I'm just showing you this to back up what Dave's saying. just saw one that said NOTAM, so I'm going to scroll back up so we can find it. Right here, NOTAM. Airport list ended, and here's a notice to all right here. So, NOTAM bulletin includes NOTAM, comp NOTAM, and AIP regulation. So this would be some of the NOTAMs that you would read. Taxiway A between taxiway A2 and taxiway Sierra Alpha, north edge irregular surface is what I'm assuming. Taxi WE holding position, sign for runway 16 left, 34 right, light. I don't know what the US stands for, but these are some of the NOTAMs he's talking about. So, we found that out as we continue our impromptu lessons. Another good look, Dave. Dave McKee's a checkbox when you are creating your, it's a checkbox when you're creating your flight plan. Everything below is the NOTAMs. Yes, sir. Thank you, Dave. So there we go, guys. Let's go ahead and check our descent profile here. $79 nautical miles, guys. Alright, I'm going to do one more check on the Fam Bam, and I'll be right back. Let's see, check fuel transfer. Let's do that now. Eight and 4. So let's see, 150. So it's fuel transfer still going good. It's still doing a better job of balancing itself out. And it's still on and open. Alright, let me step away from the cockpit really quick before we start our descent. And we will be coming into, let me see how many minutes I got here, to be honest with you, so I don't mess this up. 21:59. So we're going to call it 5 minutes. I'll be back in less than that. I just need to check on one more thing. Parenting comes first. And then we'll get right into our descent, guys. Alright. Man, you guys are awesome on this flight today. Alright, guys, I'll be right back one more time, under 5 minutes. Be right back. back as promised. Let's get me back on the screen so you guys can make fun of my as I land. I'm just kidding. Alright, enter destination data. Just check something out here. Refresh the meter. Okay, the meter's been updated. Winds are now out of the east still. QNH is going to be 2.9 or 8.9er, or the altimeter I should say. I feel like I've learned so much about this aircraft today. Obviously way more to learn. Temperature is 11 degrees Celsius and 90. Don't worry, we're going to keep on that field transfer too. It's saying 17 knots. This is definitely not going to be a fun landing at all. And the decision height. Alright, 21 to go. The decision height, my wonderful folks, is going to be if we're looking at the bold, let's see. So decision height for runway 4, the best that I can gather, is going to be 218, and that's just going to be straight up to Cat 1 ILS. If it's localizer glide slope out, it'll be 440, but right now Cat 1 ILS decision height is 218. And Greenlight, if you're going to ask what chart am I getting this from, in case I'm incorrect, because there's always that possibility, it's chart 11-1, and it's at the bottom where the Terps are at. And I look and say it says Cat 1 ILS decision height 218. We know this has been something that has been a point of contention. And so let's put that in. Might have to do it after we start our descent. And yes, I see transition altitude is 5,000, as 18,000, not 5,000. Let's see something here. Let me just change that now. And then we'll go back and put our decision height in here in a minute. Let's make sure that we descend as we're supposed to. So it's coming up, and then we're going to get our decision height in there of 218 and get ready to bring it in to the Boston area. Boston traffic. JetBlue 318 is an Airbus A320, now vacating flight level 350, descending via the J-Fun 2, expecting full stop runway 4 right for Boston traffic. Alright guys, so let's get the music off. We made our announcement. And we have finally started our descent here into the Boston area. Alright, so let me go back and we're going to put that decision height in that we found to be 218. I'm sure Greenlight will let me know if I'm wrong, but I'm going to put it in now. Alright guys, there it is. 218 on the decision height. Plugged right in. And because those winds are what they are, let me look and see how long 4 right is. Four right's 10,000 feet. So with those winds, man, I know this thing's going to get super floaty with those winds and bounce us around. So I'm going to land in configuration 3. And that's more than enough runway for us to stop on. We'll put it onto medium. Let's check our fuel transfer. Alright, 355. So not doing too bad. It's still unbalanced. And but at least the throttles are good to go. Now we have to remember, because my Thrustmaster TRA is not perfectly in tune with this, my actual idle position is when I have my throttles in the reverse position, so I'm going to have to push shift and slash in order for the reverse thrusters to be activated, guys. And it's a little bit premature, but let's go ahead and arm our spoiler. Alright, so it's kind of picking up speed, so let's go ahead and help it slow down a little bit. Alright. We're going to keep an eye on that. So guys, it has definitely been a learning flight. Transition altitude is 18,000. Dave McKee says 10,000. Back on the status page. Sometimes it's easier for me to click it there. Everything is normal. This is going to go back to the cruise here on the status page. Now you can see the aircraft is definitely pulling itself back. And so far so good, guys. Yeah, 10,000. That was for runway link. Got you. Thank you, Dave. Yes, sir. Okay, so if we want to look at the scope real quick, we do have some other aircraft arriving. Greenlight is much closer than we are. You can see we have a Atlas Giant 1120 here coming in. I wonder if they're a 747. Yep, they're a 777. Then here we are, JetBlue, and then here's Greenlight getting much closer. So we've got a few aircraft arriving there. This one looks like he's departing. He's going to Texas. KIA. No, I'm sorry. KIAD, I think, is Baltimore or somewhere over there. I don't remember what the IKO looks familiar, but no, Baltimore is BWI. What's KIAD? Sounds very familiar. Is that Washington Reagan? I believe it's Washington Reagan KID. Let's see. Yeah, oh, Dulles. So it is for Dulles. So Dulles is KID. I haven't flown in there much, but I do reckon I knew it was somewhere over there. All right, guys. So we have our marching orders. Oops. Let me get this back over here. There we go. Because I can't really check on you guys unless you're back over here. All right, guys. Let's see what this exit viral is doing once we get into this cloud layer. It looks super. Let's see. If you're rocking the battleship livery Greenlight, you might be new. My new hero. Only decent livery they had, other than the tulip. That's for you, Greenlight. So here's the good news: is the textures of the clouds more look like it has something to do with our windows in here, because it doesn't look as like, okay, we're getting this look, so maybe it's just that look. When you look directly down, it looked much better this way, guys. So I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you guys like the way these clouds look versus when I do active sky? Let me know. All right, let's get that QNH in there. 29er, 89er. We're almost there to where we need to take it out of standard. 29er, 89er. And I'm doing something different here with advice from Greenlight. At 10,000, I'm just going to turn the taxi and the runway turnoff lights on. And then once I put my landing gear down, I'm going to turn on the landing lights. All right, we are at the transition altitude. Two-niner, 8-niner. All right, whatever. 2-niner, 8-niner is in there, and yeah, guys, this descent is happening pretty quick, man. Our next waypoint is gonna be bases. Or basses, and we need to be there. Let's see, actually autumn is the next waypoint. Let me see where I got that basses from, unless it was just switching over. Yeah, I don't even know where I got that from. It said Basses up here, but clearly that is not it, man. So we're doing autumn, and autumn should be 270 at 12,000. So let's get that speed brake out. See those spoilers out on the wing. Alright, let's bring them back in. Let's see what we got. Alright, we're still going to need to extend them slightly. Boston traffic, JetBlue 318 is an A320, currently at 12,900, descending via the J-Fund 2, expecting full stop runway 4 right for Boston traffic. Alright, so we're going to essentially come right in over the runway. The way this arrival works, and then we'll be downwind of runway 4 right. Okay, ground spoilers are rearmed. It's telling me that I need the speed brake again, or it was flashing that because it takes a minute for it to actually position itself. So as soon as you hit the button, it isn't instantaneous, if you will. Alright, so we're right at that 270, guys, and it looks like we're going to make our altitude of 12,000, hopefully, which we actually missed it, if I'm being honest. Alright, Captain Shaq, hello, sir. Check in, like, drop. Thank you, Shaq. I appreciate you, man. And Greenlight's giving him a big up Says my guy. All right. Love it, guys. All right, we're at the 10,000 mark pretty much. So let's go up now and start practicing some of our new habits. So we're not going to turn on the landing lights. We're going to turn on, oops, these. So we're going to get the nose on, which the gear is still up, but the lights are going to be on, and the runway turnoffs on for being at 10,000. Once we get ready to drop our gear and all that, that's when we're going to turn the landing lights on. So you can see now we're descending down, and we have a 250 speed limit for our next waypoint. See that over here, and you can see it on there as well. See 250. So the aircraft is doing a pretty good job of getting it there. We're at 10,000. Now we're going for Harris. And then you can see right here above the 220, this will be where we start introducing our first stage of flaps once we get below this green dot. You can see the vertical profile from the FMS. The aircraft is right on it, so it's not doing anything to struggle. Then, of course, by the time we get to our first initial approach fix, I'm going to have this thing at 180 at flaps 2. You can see our decision height is in here at 218. Now, one thing I need to practice, Greenlight said that we could activate the approach mode 25 nautical miles out, but I got to ask him. We're not straight on right now, so I don't know if that is even going to be a thing right now since we're getting ready to go downwind. So we'll definitely have to keep that in mind. All right, guys. We're doing well. We should be on the ground shortly. One thing that we haven't really done is our announcements. I always can't find my here it is, to go down. And where are you at? Oh, you know what, that brings me up to, may as well turn off the X feed. Not going to do much now. Roger that, Dave. Let me get you guys' flight controls on. Alright, so I'm just looking for the PA system, why we weren't hearing anything. Let's see, cab, intercom. So let's turn that off, Dave. I think that's the PA system right there. Nonetheless, we're okay, guys. Alright, aircraft was slowing down again, and pretty soon. Alright, let's look and see where that fuel is at. Aircraft is doing a great job of slowing itself down, so we're not mad at all about that, guys. Not mad at all. Alright, so we're about 590 pounds or kilograms of fuel not balanced. So it did do some type of work. Alright, we're right at the 220. Now we're going Griffey.
Boston traffic, United 1877, Heavy is inbound on the ILS runway 04, right. We are established on the ILS runway 04, right.
All right, good luck. Have a great landing, sir. All right. You're welcome. That was Greenlight that you heard. Alright, so it's a good thing they're communicating because they are both on the ILS, and obviously Greenlight is ahead of that traffic. Alright, so we're right at that green dot for dropping the flaps, and we're above 230, so let's do a speed check, flaps 1. And you can see it's right on the cusp. That'll bring that nose down a little bit. So we're going to let the aircraft get right to 6,000, and then we'll be on the down wind leg, and we're going to make our turn to get the initial approach fix, and we'll be at 180. So you can see our next descent is only going to get us, let's do something here. Let's make sure that we have actually set up all of our MDA, approach speed. This config is 149 with the VREF of 144. So even with this calculated in here, it's still giving us this approach speed. So we will definitely keep that in mind. See, if we slide over here a little bit, we can see that this has got NABO, which is an initial fix, but it's not the initial approach fix. And we need NABO at 4370. Let's check on our aircraft and see what's going on. Alright, so there's NABO right there. Alright, so he's on final as well. That's the aircraft probably that's behind Greenlight. So Nabu is supposed to be at 3,000. So I'm going to go ahead and start taking this over.
Boston traffic, United 1877 is on a short final for ILS runway 4, right. Boston traffic. Boston traffic, United 1477, same line final for right, Boston.
Alright, so we're trying to slow the bird down here. It's picking up a little speed. Bleed some of that speed down, and we can definitely get flaps 2 at 200 knots. So we're going to go for 180 now on the speed, guys. Boston traffic, JetBlue 318 is downwind of runway 4 right. We'll be turning base, and we'll call that out here in a minute for full stop on runway 4 right for Boston traffic. Alright, so we're just going to get a little bit past our next point here, and then we're going to vector ourselves. So we'll actually turn to about a heading of, let's see, 26, 27, like almost 280. Just trying to get us down a little bit. A little bit past, and we're bleeding that speed, of course. We do have our spoilers out. See gears up. We'll monitor that on our way down. Okay, I feel comfortable about our turn now. Boston traffic, JetBlue 318 is now on a right base turn for runway 4 right, expecting full stop for Boston traffic. Alright guys, we're going down. Let's go ahead and go to flaps 2. And we're going to extinguish those spoilers.
Boston traffic, United 1877, heavy on a 3-mile final, short final from ILS runway 4 right. Boston traffic.
Alright guys, so we are at 180. Localizer is armed. And of course, one thing that we need to make sure that we did is previous phase, activate the approach phase. And we're literally supposed to be at Naboo. And we'll be on the full ILS once we get closer to Milt. Okay. Okay, localizer is captured, guys. We'll go ahead and go to the approach mode. Now that we did that, our missed approach altitude is 3,000, so we're going to leave that, and we'll be climb to 3,000 on Boston VOR radial 30 outbound to Waxon. So, but right now we are on a we're good to go. Okay, now we can put the landing system on. And we're good to go. All right. Good to go. Boston traffic. JetBlue 318 has established on final approach for runway 4 right. We are direct billet, expecting full stop for runway 4 right, Boston traffic. Alright guys, that's coming down, so let's go ahead and get our gear down. Landing lights on. Let's get that approach speed in there.
Boston traffic, United 1877, we'll be crossing runway 22 right on November
2,500.
Alright, and we are going basically, oops, that's not what we wanted. We want another stage of flaps. Alright,
2,500.
speed check flaps 3, and let's double check our approach speed 149. We're good to go here, and we're going to let the aircraft basically get us essentially to 300 feet. We're not playing around today. So we're all configured. Boston traffic, JetBlue 318 is on a short final for runway 4 right, full stop for Boston traffic. Alright, here we go guys. Let's make sure those flight controls are on. Verify gear is down, 3 green. And flaps, they want us to do full, but we don't need to because we're landing flaps 3. See, we're in the configuration 3 here, so we don't need that, man. Alright, check you guys out in the chat one more time since I'm letting autopilot do more than I usually do. Don't vector yourself. There's a lot of traffic inbound. Change the ECAM to flight control so you can make sure your spoilers are deployed. Got you. All learning lessons here, baby. Alright guys, we're still doing good. And we're going to let the aircraft continue to basically fly itself. And you can see here, it's in the Cat 3 single profile there. $1,000 to go. About 300 is when we will disconnect the autopilot. You can see here we're 920 feet above. So here we go on into the Boston area. Don't forget, I got to put my throttles back all the way into the reverse and hit shift and slash 700 feet above. I forgot to push this in, but I'm not going to do it now. Greenlight told me once we get on to push that in.
500.
500 above, guys. 490, 480. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take it off now.
400.
Autopilot is disconnected.
100 above. 300.
Too low, flaps. 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 Too low, flaps.
Minimum 30. Retard. Retard. Retard.
Horrible landing. That's okay though. Alright, reversers are out. I don't know why, I just didn't even flare. It says very good flare, but I thought I did it too late. Alright guys. Whew. That was just the nastiest ever. Boston traffic, JetBlue 318 is clear of runway 4 right. Boston traffic. Alright guys, so that was a horrible, horrible landing. But this flight seemed like it was troubled from the beginning, so I almost expected that, guys. Very sloppy. Definitely not my best work. Strobes are off. And let's hold short here really quick. Alright guys, so that was definitely a horrible landing, negative 400 and something. Yeah, I am okay with it though, guys, because it was a very troubled flight. So we did end up getting off on Yankee. So we'll be taxiing runway 33 right. Nobody's landed on this runway though, but we'll do the call out, and then we're gonna take 33 right to November. Boston traffic, JetBlue 318 is currently on Yankee. We'll be taxiing runway 33 right all the way over to November Alpha to the ramp for Boston traffic. All right, guys. So definitely, this is a situation where we're gonna say need some work. Flaps are coming all the way up. We're gonna disarm the speed brake, or the auto brakes, not the or the spoilers. So definitely horrible landing, man. I was just just off today, guys. I feel like everything has been off today, but that's all good. I know what I need to work on. What I do appreciate is that I learned a lot about, Airbuses. All right. Now this one, we definitely want to get our landing lights on. Boston traffic, 18 will be crossing runway 4 left on runway 33 right. Boston traffic. All right, everything looks clear. So I'll definitely fly this again, and I promise you I'll fly it much better. I promise you that. This is one of those things where it's like, all right, shame on me. We got here. We didn't kill the landing gear. The plane can be reused again. But these passengers probably won't want me flying them again, that's for sure. And JetBlue might just go ahead and fire me. No problem there, though. So, X-Enviro's not too bad. I see green light right in front of me there. Guess I should have called that crossing this runway as well. But I didn't. Hopefully he has a better landing than me, that's for sure. Definitely tell you what, it pays to have Airbus, guys, when you're flying an Airbus, because there's a lot I have to learn about this aircraft, as well as mini aircraft. Okay, I think that's our gate right there. Yeah, that's got to be our gate. See, there's the one on the corner, and 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so this is our gate here. Greenlight, your plane looks awesome, man. Really nice livery. All right. Slow our roll up.
Thank you, bro.
Oh, absolutely, Greenlight. Parking brake is set. Guys, we didn't even turn on the APU, man. It's okay. transponder off. We're gonna keep the brake fans on, even though we're not taking off again. The brakes are hot. Just waiting for this to say available. And we are good to go. Well, guys, however we got here, welcome it into so 3 hours 49 minutes, not bad. We should have stopped at the runway, so maybe subtract 5 to 8 minutes off of that. So about 3 hours and 41 minutes. We got him in here a little late. It was supposed to be 3 hours and 28 minutes. So another reason for the passengers not to fly with me again. And of course we need to get that beacon off as well. So I still enjoyed it. I'm using this as a learning lesson, guys, in more than one ways, of course. And let me check you guys out in the chat. So, kind of fitting music. It's like a little sad, like, oh, we didn't do that hot today, guys, but we're okay. Let me check you guys out in the chat here for a second before we do our replay. Captain Shaq, yo, sorry, was on feeding duty. This plane's different. Don't fly like any of the other Airbuses. Don't sweat it. Great flight. Thank you, Shaq. You handled it well. Okay, gonna run. Have a long day tomorrow. Have a great weekend. Thank you, Dave. Shaq, on the EFB, there's I believe, a joystick tab to make sure you have the access to native. Then you can get reversers. Thanks, Shaq. I'm gonna try. Let's see. Leave a joystick tab. Yeah, I don't think there's a joystick tab on this bad boy. And Greenlight was telling me there's an update that's coming up, but yeah, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like this aircraft. You know, I definitely am, and it's got the checklist, which I didn't do, of course. But I'm definitely more of a toeless Airbus guy in here, and I like to jar. And I guess maybe what really needs to be said is I need to fly this more often. So we're gonna go ahead and log off of the Vatsim network and get into the replay, as ugly as it is. And Greenlight, you know, I'll probably be giving you a call, if not tonight, in the morning when I wake up, brother. And again, big round of applause for Greenlight. Thanks for flying along. You and Dave, thank you guys so much for giving me the information about the Airbus Shaquille O'Neal 2. And yeah, it is what it is. They're not all going to be great. I've had some great ones in the past, so let's look and see just how nasty this landing was. So let's go ahead and disconnect from the Vatsim network, which we definitely plan to be connected tomorrow. And let's get rid of that, and let's get right into our replay. All right, let's take it from about right here, and let's see if we can go ahead and just get on that tower view and just see how nasty this thing was. This landing was not good at all, guys. We didn't exactly crush the landing gear, but we didn't exactly treat the aircraft as well as we could have either. And this is a landing with X Enviro still on, so I think we're just gonna slam it down, guys. Just boom. There's our profile, and just skablayow. At least it didn't hop. I mean, it was a hard landing, but you know, we got her done. And a couple of people are having spinal issues. So I mean, it definitely felt worse than it looked, if that makes any sense. I mean, we still got center line. We just, you know, it said we had a good flare. We just came in skabam a little bit too hard, you know. So there's our flare. Nose was up, and there's that touchdown. It didn't even bounce, so that's good. It kind of just shimmied itself over there. So not as bad as it felt. Like I said, it doesn't look as bad as it felt, even though the passengers may disagree with that. Let's come this way. Get that flyover. See what's really going on here. Now that that looked as bad as it felt. I mean, that looked as bad as it felt, guys. I'm not going to lie on that one. But, you know, it is what it is. Let's go back so I can get the lovely Mrs. Replay. And let's get rid of this horrible pilot for the day. That does look nice like that. Coming in, it just looks majestic. Like it's just suspended in the air, guys. Wow, I'm surprised there's not even any noises on this replay. So here we were, configured. Obviously, not our best, most proudest moment, but I would definitely say that we did this as a team with the help of Greenlight and Dave McKee, Shaq throwing in information, and even Captain Geo was giving me some information. So much appreciated, guys. And I'm definitely soaking this one up to a serious learning flight. So there we are yawing, or crabbing I should say. So another thing we could have done better too is we should have been on that left rudder a little quicker so that we initiated the crab correctly. But we didn't run off the runway. I mean, there's a lot of good things that we did, guys. There's a lot of things that we didn't do so right. I believe I'm going to take it from perhaps this view today. Well, let's ride it out this way really quick, and I'll jump on screen and then we'll do another wing view. How about that? Look, guys, as usual, I just want to jump back onto the camera so we can do eye to eye, even though it's virtually through a digital platform. Thank you. God bless everybody. Big ups to Greenlight, Dave McKee, Captain Geo, Shaquille Oatmeal, and of course always my lovely spouse, of course, number one above all y'all. I'm sorry I gotta say that, that's just the way it is, but not that I don't love y'all, but you know, you gotta put the queen right up there. So there you go. And you guys are awesome. I appreciate you. Thanks for flying along, riding along, if you will. And we got our good days. You know, we take the W's and the L's, and today kind of in between the W and the L, but it's a win. We got the passengers here safely. We didn't wreck the airplane, and we get to do it again with God's blessing. So there you go. God bless everyone. Have a great rest of your Friday. We'll see you tomorrow if you guys check in. We're doing our long haul. So with that being said, have a good one, guys, and take care of each other, and we'll see you soon.